You come in out of the cold, and the first thing is the smoke. You taste it before you see the fire. Wood smoke, low and soft, the smell of a room that has been kept warm since morning. The door drops shut behind you, and the wind is gone. Somewhere ahead of you, on the beaten earth floor, a low fire is burning in the middle of the room, and the whole house leans in around it.
There is no chimney. The fire sits open on the floor, ringed with stones, and its smoke rises straight up and finds its own slow way out through the thatch. Close to it, the air is warm and orange. A few steps back by the earthen walls, it is cold and blue and dark. A blackened iron pot hangs over the low flames, and every little while it lets out one thick, unhurried bubble. This is where the evening happens.
Step back a little now, into a single room in a Lincolnshire village. Some evening, a little after the year 1300. This is the England Geoffrey Luttrell had painted in the margins of his prayer book, a generation before the great mortality, when the villages were full and the fields around them lay in long plowed strips. There is one street, 30 or 40 houses along it, a garden behind each.
You are inside one of them, an ordinary tenant's house, and the day is folding itself up for the night. It is one room, and one room is enough. The whole house is a single frame of timber, a set of great curved beams called crux, each a pair of matched blades that sweep up from the ground and meet overhead in a tall arch, like the ribs of an upturned boat. Between them, the walls are woven and daubed, and over them all lies the thatch, 3 bays long, from end to end, a middle where the fire is, and a bay to either side for sleeping and for storing what the year has given.
Do not picture a hovel. That is a later cruelty. The idea that these were flimsy shacks thrown up to fall down. They were not. Houses like this one, built of curved oak and woven hazel and clay, stood for 2, 3, 500 years. Some of them are standing yet, their timbers dated by the rings in the wood to the 1300s. It took the better part of 100 trees to raise one, more than an acre of woodland felled and shaped. This is not a poor thing hastily made.
It is a house, meant to outlast the person who built it.
And there, in the very middle of the floor, is the reason for everything. Not against a wall, not tucked into a corner, but set square in the center of the room. A low ring of stones on the bare earth, and inside it, the fire. There is no chimney. There is no fireplace built into the wall. No stone hood. No brick shaft carrying the smoke away. Those things belong to houses that will not be built for another 200 years.
Here the fire simply burns in the open, in the heart of the room, and everyone lives around it. So where does the smoke go? It does not rush anywhere. It rises slowly off the fire, straight up in a soft blue column, and it gathers under the roof. Then it feels its way out, through the thatch itself, or through a hole left open at the ridge, or through a little louvre, a small boxed opening with sloping boards, to shed the rain, while it lets the smoke drift up and away. On a still night you can watch it climb and pool and go, in no hurry at all.
Look up and you can read the years in the wood. The rafters above you are black, not painted black, but tarred by smoke, coat upon coat of it, laid down winter after winter. The underside of the thatch is the same, dark and glistening and thick with soot. Centuries from now, when nothing else of this house is left, that is how someone will know a fire once burned here in the open. They will find the black stain of the smoke, still marking the place where the roof used to be.
Under your feet, the floor is the earth itself, beaten flat and hard by years of walking. Over it are strewn rushes, cut from the marsh and scattered loose, softening the ground and taking up the damp. They are not a carpet, nothing fixed or precious. When they grow stale, they are swept out with the besom, and a fresh armful laid down. In the low firelight the room smells of them, green rushes and old rushes together, under the deeper smell of wood smoke and earth in the pot.
There is not much furniture, and what there is heavy and plain, and made to do more than one thing. Along one wall stands a great wooden chest, dark with age, the single lockable thing in the house. Inside it is whatever the family keeps safe, a little linen, some tools, perhaps a few coins wrapped in cloth. Shut, it is a bench to sit on. Open, it is the household store and strongbox in one. Nothing here is for show. Everything earns its place against the wall.
In the middle of the room, near the fire, stands the table. And even the table is not quite what you would think. It is only boards, laid across a pair of folding trestles. It is a table while there is eating to be done, and after, the boards come off and lean against the wall, the trestles fold, and the floor opens up again. A table is a thing that happens at mealtimes, and then gives the room back. On it now sit a few wooden bowls and spoons, and a round dark loaf on a board, waiting.
Around the hearth are the low seats, a rough bench, a stool or two, worn smooth on top by years of sitting. This is where the evening is spent, close in around the fire, because that is where the light is and where the warmth is. Move a few feet toward the wall, and the cold finds you at once. The room is warm in a ring, and chill beyond it, so the family draws in, knees toward the flames, and the far corners of the house sink away into the dark.
This is a woman's house as much as anyone's. Somewhere in a village like this, in these same years, lived a woman named Cecilia Pennefader, of Brigstock. We know almost nothing of her, only her name, and a scatter of dry facts set down in the manor court rolls. That she held land, that she never married, that she came and went through the ordinary business of a village for 50 years. She is not the woman in this room,
but she is proof that women like this one were real, ordinary, named, and remembered.
Overhead, the roof space is not empty. From the blackened rafters hang the things the house wants dry and out of reach. Little bunches of herbs gone brittle and gray, a plate of onions, a side of bacon curing slowly in the smoke that is always drifting up. In the firelight you can just make them out, swaying a little when the door opens, dark shapes against the darker thatch. The smoke that stains the beams is also, quietly, keeping the winter's food.
There is a window, but no glass in it.
Glass is for churches and for the great houses of lords. It will not come to a cottage like this for many lifetimes yet. Here the window is a small square opening in the wall, closed against the night by a wooden shutter drawn across and pegged. Outside, the wind leans on it and tests it and finds it shut. There is nothing between the family and the cold but a board and a peg, and the fire on the far side of the room. Beyond the shutter, the village is going quiet. The last light has drained out of the fields. Somewhere a dog answers another dog and then thinks better of it. A gate knocks shut. The small sounds of the day, a bucket, a voice across a yard, footsteps on the frozen lane, come further apart and then stop. One by one the shutters close down the street, and the houses turn inward toward their own fires, each a small warm point in the settling dark.
Inside, the fire settles into its work. It is not a thing you light and let go out. It is a thing you keep. It has been burning, in one form or another, for as long as anyone here can remember, banked down each night to a red heart under the ash, and woken again each morning. Tonight it does what it always does. It is heat, and it is light, and it is where the food is made,
and it is the one place in the whole cold house where the family gathers.
Heat, light, cooking and company, all in a single low fire on the floor.
So this is the room, and this is the evening. One low fire in the middle of a beaten earth floor, a table that is only boards, a chest, a bench, the black rafters overhead, and the shutter drawn against the wind. It is dim and warm near the flames, and cold at the walls, and it smells of smoke and earth and the pot. There is nowhere else to be tonight. There is nothing that must be done in a hurry.
There is only the fire, and the long, quiet hours of the dark ahead, and the whole household drawing in around the light.
Look up, past the low beam and the drift of smoke. There is no chimney here.
The fire burns in the middle of the floor on its little border of stones, and the smoke does not rush anywhere. It climbs, slow and unhurried, gathers under the black rafters, and feels its way out through a hole in the thatch. On a still night it hangs a while, a soft gray ceiling of it, before it finds the gap. Nobody minds. You stop noticing the smell by the time the pot is warm.
Reach a hand toward the rafters and you would feel the years there. The undersides of the beams are black, tarred with smoke, glossy in places where the soot has built up thick and hard. Every fire this house has ever kept has left a little of itself up there. Centuries later, when there is nothing left but a stain in the soil, it is this dark smudge overhead that tells a searcher a hearth once burned in the middle of the room. The house remembers its own fires and the color of its roof.
The fire is not lit for the evening and put out at the end of it. It is kept. It has been alive since morning, since long before that, banked and woken day after day, and it does everything at once. It cooks the pot. It warms the room, though only near it. Step back to the walls and the cold is waiting, and it lights the whole evening. When people here think of light after dark, they do not think first of any lamp or flame carried in the hand. They think of this, the fire on the floor, the true light of the night.
Above the fire there is a whole ladder of light, and where a house stands on it tells you nearly everything about the house. At the top, out of reach, is beeswax. Clean, bright, sweet-smelling, steady. It is the light of the church and the light of the Lord's hall, and it does not belong to an evening like this one. No ordinary cottage burns beeswax to sit by. Down here, closer to the ground, the light is humbler, and it smells of the animals it was made from.
A step down from beeswax comes the tallow candle, made of hard animal fat pressed around a wick. It burns with a smaller, smokier, less certain flame, and it carries a faint, greasy smell as it goes. A tallow candle is a small comfort, a modest step above the poorest light, and a careful household might keep a few of them in a box against the days they are truly needed. But a whole evening of candles is a spending most cannot make.
For the ordinary night, there is something cheaper still, made from a thing that grows for free in the wet ground.
It begins in summer, out in the marshy ground at the edge of the fields. Someone goes gathering rushes, the soft common rush that grows in the damp, and brings home an armful, cool and green and dripping. This is the raw stuff of the poor household's light. It costs nothing but the walk, and the wet feet, and the bending. By the fire tonight, one of those rushes will become a small flame, and then another, and another, all evening. But first, there is a patient job to do with the hands.
Watch the hands do it. A rush is taken up, and the green outer skin is peeled carefully away, stripped back to bare the soft white pith inside. But not all of it. One narrow strip of the green rind is left running the whole length, like a spine down the back of the pith. Leave the skin off entirely,
and the soft inside slumps and breaks. Leave that one thin rib, and it holds.
It is slow, fiddly work, a strip at a time, and it is usually given to a child or to an old woman by the fire, the kind of quiet task that fills a long evening.
The peeled rushes are set aside to dry, pale and light and brittle. When they are ready comes the part that turns a dried reed into a light. They are dipped, steeped down into whatever household fat there is to spare, the grease from the pot, the fat off a bit of bacon, the drippings of mutton. Mutton fat is best of all, because it dries hard and drips little. The dry pith drinks the fat up along its whole length.
There is no separate wick threaded through it. The whole rush soaked is the wick.
Now the light is ready, but it needs holding, and it needs holding just so. There is a small iron tool for it, a pinch or a nip, its jaws gripping the fat-soaked rush and leaving most of its length free to burn. The trick is the angle. The rush is set to burn not upright and not flat, but leaning at something near a slant halfway between the two. Stand it straight up and the flame sulks, feeble and small. Lay it down flat and it races away and is gone.
Held at that patient slant, it gives its best and steadiest small light.
And then it burns, and it does not burn for long. A short rush, the length of a hand and a half, gives perhaps 10 or 15 minutes of light and no more. A long one, carefully chosen, might last the better part of an hour. So the rushlight is not a thing you light and forget, like a lamp left to shine across the room. It is a small flame you tend. It burns for about the length of a quiet conversation, and then it gutters low, and without a word someone leans in and lights another from the fire. So the evening has its own small rhythm, marked out by these little flames. Someone leans into the fire, touches a fresh rush to the embers, sets it in the nip, and the light comes back. A while later it fails, and the same small gesture is made again, and again after that. It is not a bother. It is simply how the hours pass here. The night is measured not in any striking of an hour, but in rushes, one burning down, and the next taking its place, over and over, until the work is done. See what this light is and what it is not. A rushlight is one low, clear, flickering point of flame, no bigger than the tip of a finger. It is enough to see a face across from you, enough to find the eye of a needle or the edge of a knife, enough to keep the hands at their work. It is not enough to light a room. The far walls stay dark. The corners keep their shadows. The pool of light is small and close, and everything and everyone that matters this evening is gathered into it, because the little flame reaches so short a way, the fire does the rest. Most of what happens on a night like this happens in firelight, not in the light of any rush. The pottage is stirred in the glow of the embers. Words are shared across the warm dark. A child dozes where the heat can reach. The rushlight is only carried close when a pair of eyes needs to be exact, to thread, to whittle, to pick a splinter. The fire is the room's light. The rush is the light you bring to a task. This is the light a woman like Cecilia Pennefather would have known, whose name survives in the court rolls of Brigstock, an ordinary countrywoman of these years who held her own land and kept her own house. We know almost nothing of her evenings, and it is not for us to invent them. But the light she sat by was this light, a fire in the middle of the floor, and a peeled rush soaked in fat, held at a slant in a pinch of iron, burning down and lit again. The same small flame in 1,000 houses across the whole dark countryside.
Think of it spread across the whole country on a night like this. Out there in the dark are the villages, 30 or 40 houses to a street, and behind each low shuttered wall the same arrangement. A fire kept in the middle of the floor, its smoke rising into a blackened roof, and here and there a single thin rush, flame at somebody's work. No street lit up, no windows glowing wide.
Only these small, close pools of amber, scattered and separate under a great deal of night, each one holding a family and its evening.
And in this house, the fire settles a little lower, and the last lit rush burns quietly on. There is no hurry to it. When it fails, perhaps someone will light one more, or perhaps the work is nearly done, and the firelight will be enough. The light here has always been made by hand, gathered from a marsh, and peeled by a patient thumb, and dipped in the day's own fat. It asks for tending, and it gives back just what is needed, and no more. For now it holds, small and steady, against the dark.
There is a pot at the edge of the fire, and it has been there a very long time. Not since this morning. Longer than that. The pot never really empties. Tonight's pottage is yesterday's, warmed through with a handful more peas and whatever the garden gave. This is the everyday food. The thick grain and vegetable stew kept going in one pot over the hearth, day into day. It sits close to the embers where the heat is gentle, and every so often, it lets out one slow, thick bubble and settles again. So what is in it? Dried peas and beans, broad beans, the kind you might call fava, soaked soft and gone to a soft gray-green. These are the protein of the poor, the thing that stands in for meat on the many nights there is no meat. There is a leek, cut coarse, and an onion, and whatever of the cabbage and kale is left from the croft. Some nights a turnip, some nights a parsnip, cut into it. It is not a recipe. It is what there is, softened together in one pot.
And there is no tomato in it, no potato. Those are 3 centuries and an ocean away, still growing on the far side of a sea nobody here has crossed or imagined. No sweet corn, no bright pepper, none of the things a much later kitchen would take for granted. It is peas, beans, a leek, some barley, and patience. To thicken it, a scattering of barley or oats stirred in, until the whole pot goes from a thin broth to something a spoon can almost stand in. That is the whole of it. The pot itself is a plain thing, and a precious one. Earthenware or blackened iron, hung on a chain from a beam above the fire, or stood on legs at the ember's edge. Its outside is tarred with years of smoke, the same soot that darkens the rafters overhead. Inside, the glaze is worn where the spoon has scraped it night after night. A pot like this is not thrown away. It is mended, watched, handed on.
When you own one good pot, you cook everything the same way in it. Slow and near the fire, and never quite all the way out. Set the pot aside a moment and look to the bread. It comes onto a board, dark and dense and a little heavy. Nothing like the soft white loaf of a lord's table. This is maslin bread. Maslin is a mixed sowing, wheat and rye, grown up together in the same field, cut together and ground together into one flour. The rye gives it that close, dark crumb and that faint sourness. It keeps well, it fills the stomach, and it is the bread this house eats every day of its life.
But before there is flour, there is the grain. And before the grain is flour, there is the mill. And the mill is not yours. It is the Lord's. The tenants of this village owe what is called suit of mill. They are bound by the custom of the manor to carry their grain to the Lord's mill and nowhere else. You cannot simply grind your own wheat at home and be done with it. The path from your field to your loaf runs, by law and old custom, straight through the Lord's millstones.
And the mill takes its cut, not in coin, but in grain itself. This is the multure, a fixed portion of every load, scooped off the top and kept by the miller for the Lord before your flour is handed back. Grind a sack, and a share of it stays behind. It is a tax you pay in the very thing you grew, and you pay it every time. So the bread on this board already carries a small toll to the manor, baked into it before it ever reached the fire.
You might think, why not grind a little at home, quietly, and save the toll? And people did. In the corner of a house like this, there might be a hand quern. 2 round stones, the top one turned by hand against the bottom. Grain trickled into the hole in the middle, meal creeping out at the edge. It is slow, and it is honest work, but it is also, on many manners, forbidden.
To grind at home is to cheat the Lord's mill of its due, and if it is found out, the quern can be fined, and even seized and broken up. The right to make your own flour is, in the strange way of these things, not entirely yours.
And some manors go a step further still and keep the oven too. A great communal oven, the Lord's, where the loaves must be baked for a fee. So the grain is taxed at the mill, and the baking is charged at the oven, and by the time the loaf is warm on this board, it has passed twice through the Lord's hands and paid its small dues both ways. None of this is cruelty exactly. It is just the shape of things, the quiet arithmetic that runs underneath a slice of ordinary bread.
Now the third thing, beside the pot and the loaf. A jug. It is set on the board, plain earthenware, and what is in it is ale. Not water. Water is not trusted, and rightly, from a village pond or a shared stream. Not milk. Mostly, milk is seasonal and kept for the very young. The drink of the day, the drink of nearly everyone, morning to night, is ale. Weak, cloudy, a little sweet, a little sour. It is on this table because it is safer than water, and it is made at home.
It is called small ale. Small meaning weak, gentle, low in strength. You drink it all day and stay clear-headed. Children drink a thinner sort of it too. It is brewed right here, in this house, in a pot much like the cooking pot, from malted barley and water and thyme. This is women's work and skilled work. The woman who brews the household's ale, the alewife, knows by hand and by smell when the mash is right and when the drink has turned. Nearly every cottage brews its own, and some brew a little extra to sell to the neighbors.
Because it is brewed at home and never boiled hard or preserved, ale does not keep. It is good for a few days and then it sours and you brew again. So there is a rhythm to it, like the rhythm of the pot. A batch made, a batch drunk, another begun before the last runs out. The jug on the board tonight was brewed in this house 3 or 4 days ago. It tastes faintly of the grain, and faintly of the smoke of the room it was made in. It is thin, and a little sour, and entirely ordinary.
And it is ale, not beer.
That is worth saying plainly, because the two are not the same thing. Beer is ale with hops in it, and hops have not come to England yet. They will arrive much later from across the water in Flanders, near the end of the 1400s, a lifetime and more beyond this fire. So the person drinking from this cup has never tasted a hop, has never heard of one. Nobody in this village has. The word beer, in the sense we would mean it, has no meaning here at all.
What flavors the ale instead, if anything does, is a mixture of herbs, sometimes called gruit, bog myrtle, yarrow, whatever the country gives. Or nothing at all, just the grain and the water, plain. It is not brewed to be admired or savored. It is brewed to be drunk, in quantity, safely, by everyone, every day. A cup of thin, sour ale is not a treat here. It is simply what is in the jug, the way the pottage is,
simply what is in the pot.
So this is the whole of supper, laid on the board. The pot of pottage from the hearth, the dark maslin loaf, the jug of thin home-brewed ale. No forks. Nobody here has ever held one. There is a spoon each, or one shared, and a knife, and fingers, and bread torn and dipped into the common bowl. The pottage is scooped, the bread is used to wipe the last of it, the ale washes it down.
3 plain things, made close to home from what the fields and the garden give, and taxed only where the Lord's mill could reach them.
And when the bowl is wiped clean, the pot is not scoured out and put away. It is left where it stood, at the edge of the embers, with a little pottage still in it, the beginning of tomorrow. A handful more peas will go in the morning, and a leek, and whatever the day brings, and it will simmer on. The fire keeps it, the pot holds it, and the same slow supper goes forward into another evening, and another, without ever quite ending.
The room does not end where you can see. Beyond the firelight, past the cross passage that cuts the house in two, the darkness has a warmth of its own, and a slow, living sound. In many a house of this kind, the family and their cattle share one long roof. You are at the upper end, where the hearth is. The beasts are at the lower. Not everywhere did they live so close under one roof, but in many a house they did, and this is one of them.
So the room you are sitting in is longer than it first seemed, and it is not empty at the far end.
Walk the room in your mind, from the fire toward the far wall. First the warm hearth end, with its stools and its trestle boards and the smell of the pot. Then the cross passage, a plain corridor running from the front door to a back door, where the drought comes through and the mud is scraped off boots. And past that, the byre. It is the same building, the same long roof of thatch over the same cruck frame, only given over to the animals. No wall shuts them away entirely.
You could carry a rushlight down and stand among them, and many a night someone does.
The cattle stand tethered head to wall, roped by the neck to a rail or a post, facing the daubed wall with their tails toward the middle of the house. There are not many of them. An ox or two, a cow, perhaps a calf against her side. To a family like this, they are worth more than almost anything else they own. More than the chest, more than the pot, so they are not left out in the cold and the wet of a Lincolnshire winter.
They are brought in under the same roof, tied where they can be watched and kept.
The floor at that end of the house is not flat. It is laid on purpose to slope, tilting gently downhill and away, so that what the animals leave runs off in a shallow channel, cut along the byre and out through the lower door. It is a small piece of quiet cleverness, worked into the earth of the floor itself. The family sleeps at the high, dry end. Everything the beasts make in the night drains the other way, down the slope and out into the dark, and does not come back up the room toward the fire and the bed.
Here is the reason it is worth having them so near. On a hard winter night, the cattle are warm. A cow gives off heat the whole night through, steadily, without a thought, the way the banked fire does at the other end of the house. Their breath fogs faintly in the cold air of the byre. Their bodies warm the space around them, and that warmth drifts slowly up the length of the room toward the family.
The animals are, in their patient way, part of the heating of the house, a slow-breathing hearth that never needs feeding.
So the night has a sound you would not have expected. Under the crackle of the fire and the low talk of the family, there is a deeper, slower rhythm from the far end of the room. A hoof shifts in the straw. A cow leans her weight and settles, There is the long, soft pull of an animal breathing, and now and then the wet, unhurried sound of one chewing over what it ate by day. None of it is loud.
It is the kind of sound you stop hearing after a while, and then miss on the rare night it is not there.
Turn back now toward the fire, where the light is, and the work goes on. The evening in a house like this is not idle. There is always something in the hands. The man may be mending a strap of harness by the flame, the leather stiff and dark, or whittling a new tooth for a rake. A child sits close to the embers peeling rushes for the light.
And the woman of the house has picked up the one task that never truly ends. The task that fills every spare hour a woman has, standing or sitting, indoors or out. She is spinning wool. Understand first what she is not using. There is no spinning wheel here. The great wheel is only just beginning to reach England in these years, and is still a rarity, mistrusted where it comes and thought to make a coarser thread. In this house, and in almost every house like it, wool is spun the old way, the way it has been spun for thousands of years, with two simple things: a stick to hold the raw wool, and a small weighted spindle that hangs and turns in the air. That is the whole machine.
It fits in an apron pocket.
The stick is the distaff. It is a plain rod, sometimes tucked under one arm, sometimes stood upright, and around its top is wound a soft cloud of washed and combed wool, the raw fleece teased out until it is light and airy as mist. From this cloud she will draw the thread. The distaff is only a way of carrying the wool so that both her hands stay free and the fibers do not tangle.
A woman goes about with her distaff dressed and ready, so that a spare moment waiting, walking, watching the pot is never a moment wasted. The spindle does the real work. It is a straight wooden shaft, no longer than your forearm, with a round weight near one end called the whorl, of stone or clay or turned wood. The whorl is the flywheel. Once she sets the spindle spinning, its weight keeps it turning, and turning in the air, and that turning is what twists loose fibers into strong thread. Without the twist, wool is just a soft, useless cloud that pulls apart in your fingers. With the twist, it becomes a yarn that can hold a plow team's weight in a rope, or clothe a family for a winter.
Watch your hands, and you see the whole quiet dance of it. She pinches a few fibers from the cloud on the distaff and gives the spindle a flick with her fingers to start it turning. Then she lets it drop, and it hangs there, spinning below her hand, twisting the fibers as it falls. With her other hand, she feeds more wool down from the distaff, thin and even, letting the twist run up into it. When the spindle nears the floor, she stops it, winds the finished thread around its shaft, and begins again.
Pinch, spin, draw, wind, over and over all evening.
It looks easy when she does it, the way anything looks easy after 10,000 hours. It is not. To spin an even thread, you must feed the wool at exactly the right rate. Not too fast, or it stays a soft rope. Not too slow, or it snaps to nothing. She has done it since she was a small girl sitting where the child sits now, and her hands no longer need her eyes. She can spin in the near dark, spin while she talks, spin while she watches the pot or minds the fire. The thread grows without her seeming to attend to it at all. Think of how much thread a family needs, and you begin to see why this task never ends. Every garment on every back in this house began as fleece and was spun by hand into yarn before it could be woven into cloth. A single length of woolen cloth swallows an astonishing amount of spinning, weeks and weeks of hanging spindles before ever it reaches the loom.
So it is spun in every spare moment, by every girl and woman in the household, all their lives.
The basket of raw wool by the wall empties slowly, and the wound spindles fill.
The wool itself came off the backs of sheep this family, or their neighbors keep, out on the same open fields where the grain grows in strips. Sheep are the quiet wealth of a village like this. They give wool to spin and sell, milk for cheese, and dung to feed the soil, and they ask only grass. A woman like Cecilia Pennefader, whose name survives in the court rolls of her manor, held land and beasts in her own right in years just like these. We do not know her evenings,
But a spindle turning by a fire is a fair guess at one of them.
So this is the shape of the evening, if you stand back and take in the whole long room at once. At the high end, the fire and the family, the whittling and the peeling and the endless turning spindle, the low talk that rises and falls. At the low end, past the cross passage, the cattle at the wall, breathing their slow warmth up the slope of the house. One roof over people and beasts, one fire, one long day's work winding down into the dark. Nothing hurried, nothing wasted.
The room is full, and it is quiet, and it is warm.
the spindle slows and stops in her lap. She has spun enough for tonight. The fibers will keep, and so will the work, for there is always more. She winds the last thread onto the shaft and lays the spindle across the wool basket, the distaff beside it, dressed and ready for tomorrow. At the far end of the house, a cow shifts her weight and is still again. The fire has burned low while the hands were busy. And now, with the beast settled and the wool put by, the family turns to the last small tasks before the dark, and to the fire that must be seen to before anyone sleeps.
The bowls are wiped and set away. The last of the pottage banked at the edge of the pot for morning, and the room begins its slow turn toward the night. Nothing is announced. There is no bell out here, no clock face to watch, only the light going down in the fire, and the cold pressing a little harder at the walls. One by one, the small tasks of the day fold shut.
What is left is the oldest arithmetic of a house like this. How to be warm through the dark, and how to keep a little heat alive until dawn. Both answers live in this one room, and both are close at hand.
Consider first where the family will lie, because it is not the same in every house on the street. A steadier household, one with a good harvest behind it and beasts in the byre, sleeps a small step softer. There is a low bedstead of rough boards in the sleeping bay, and on it a tick, a great cloth bag stuffed tight with clean straw, or with chaff, or with rags of wool worked in among the straw. It is not deep, and it will need refilling before long, but it lifts the sleeper off the cold, beaten earth, and that alone is worth a good deal on a winter night.
Over the tick go the blankets, and they are wool undied, greasy still with the sheep's own oil woven at home or bought coarse and thick. There are no sheets in a house like this, no linen sleeping cloth laid clean between body and blanket. That is a nicety for those with more chests and more linen than any of these families will ever fold.
Here it is wool against a woolen day's clothing, the same brown and gray you wore to the fields, now pulled a little looser, and the blanket dragged up over all of it. Warmth is the whole point. Everything else is for people you will never meet.
Now cross to the poorer house, the one where the harvest was thin, and there is no beast in a byre to sell. Here there is no bedstead at all, and no tick. The bed is the floor,
Rushes are heaped thicker in one corner near the fire, or bracken carried in dry from the common, or plain straw, banked up into a low soft ridge against the wall.
Over that goes a single blanket, where only the cloak a body wore all day, and the family lies down on the earth itself, warmed by the rushes beneath and the covered fire a few feet off. It is humbler, but it is not miserable. It is simply the older, plainer answer to the same cold.
Whichever house it is, one thing holds true across the whole village street tonight, and it would look strange to us. The whole family sleeps in one bed. Not for want of room to spread out, though room is short. They sleep together because a body is a small furnace, and several bodies banked close throw more heat than any blanket. Parents and children, and often a grandmother too, lie down in a single warm heap, turned the same way, breathing the same close air.
There's nothing remarkable in it to them.
Warmth, in a cold house with no chimney to draw the heat away up a flue, is not a private thing. It is shared, the way the fire and the pot and the roof are shared.
Before anyone lies down, though, the last outer things are seen too. The shutter is pulled to across the small unglazed window, and the wooden bar dropped into its slots, and at once the wind that was fingering at the gap goes quieter, held off by a hand's breadth of oak. There is no glass to keep it out, and there never has been in a house like this. Only wood, and the fire on the far side of the room. The door is barred. A cloak or a sack is stuffed against the gap at its foot where the cold comes creeping under. Small things, done every night without thinking, that turn the room from a shelter into a warm shut box.
And then the true last gesture of the day, the one that everything else has been leading toward. It has a name that we still use, though we have long forgotten what it means. Curfew. It comes from the old French words Curfew, and Curfew means, quite simply, cover the fire. Before the family lies down, the fire must be made safe for the night, not put out, never that, but covered.
To let it die entirely would mean waking to a cold black hearth and the slow, cold labor of striking flint and tinder in the dark. So the fire is not killed. It is put to sleep, the same as the household, and told to keep itself alive till morning.
Watch the hands do it, because it is a craft of its own, learned young and never forgotten. First the burning wood is done with. Only the embers matter now. A stick or the edge of an iron is used to rake the scattered coals inward, drawing them from the wide fire into a single close heap in the middle of the hearth. Loose and spread, embers gulp air and burn themselves out by midnight, gathered tight into one glowing mound. Starved of draught, they will only smolder, slow, red, patient, hoarding their own warmth. The raking alone can halve how fast the fire is spent. It is the first half of covering the fire.
Then the second half, and the one that gives the whole act its name. Ash. From the cold gray edges of the hearth, where yesterday's fire has already burned itself to powder, ash is scooped and drawn up over the heaped embers until they are hidden, buried, gone from sight. Not a smothering exactly, a tucking in. The ash lies over the coals like a blanket over a sleeper, keeping the air out and the heat in. A moment ago, the hearth glowed.
Now it is a low gray mound in the dark, and you would think the fire dead. It is not dead. Under the ash, in the middle of that little heap, a red heart goes on beating quietly, all night long. There is a plain, practical wisdom folded into this that is easy to miss. A fire left burning in a thatched house full of straw and rushes. With everyone asleep is a danger, a stray spark, a shifted log, and the whole roof could catch. So covering the fire is also a guarding of it. Banked under ash, The embers cannot spit or spread or wander. They are pinned in place, held safe under their gray lid, kept small and deep and harmless.
The same gesture that saves you the trouble of relighting in the morning is the gesture that lets the family close their eyes without one of them sitting up all night to watch the flames.
In the towns, this same moment had a sound. A bell, the curfew bell, rang out from a church or a gate at a set hour of the evening, and at its stroke fires were to be covered and the streets to fall quiet. It was a rule as much as a comfort, a way of guarding a crowded place of timber and thatch against the terror of fire in the dark. Out here in the open fields, no bell reaches this far, and none is needed.
The village keeps curfew without being told, each house covering its own small fire in its own good time, as the light in the windows dies one by one down the street.
With the fire covered, the last of the light in the room is gone. No rushlight is left burning. A rush soaked in fat and left alight by a bed of straw is exactly the kind of foolishness that curfew exists to prevent. The final small flame is pinched out or simply allowed to gutter down to nothing. Now the only glow in the whole house is that dull red seam breathing under the ash, and it is not enough to see by, only enough to know the fire is there.
The family lies in the dark they have made on purpose. Warm, shut in, the day sealed behind the barred door and the covered hearth.
Think for a moment what that covered fire means to the morning. Whoever wakes first, often the woman of the house in the gray before dawn, does not have to begin the day defeated by a cold hearth. There is no fumbling with flint and steel, no coaxing a spark into dry tinder with numb fingers while the room stays black. She has only to kneel at the hearth, brush the ash gently aside, and there beneath it, the red heart is still beating, just as it was left.
A few dry twigs, a little breath, and the fire stands up again as though it had never slept. The whole night's warmth was borrowed, not spent.
It is a small thing and an enormous thing at once. Small, because it is only ash raked over coals, a gesture so ordinary that no one in this village would think to remark on it. Enormous, because on it hangs the ease of every single morning, heat for the pottage, warmth for cold hands, light enough to begin by, all of it kept alive through the long dark, by nothing more than a careful hand at bedtime.
The fire in the middle of this floor is the oldest thing in the household. Older than the marriage, older than the children. Tended and covered and woken again so many thousands of nights that no one remembers a day it was truly out.
And the family, warm now under wool and pressed close, does not lie awake worrying at any of this. The work of the night is done. A woman like Cecilia Pennefather, whose plain name survives in the court rolls of a village not so far from here, an ordinary woman who held her own land and banked her own fire, would have known this last gesture in her hands without a thought, the way you know how to close a door, cover the fire, bar the shutter, lie down close, and let the warmth pool between you.
The day is sealed. What is left is only the dark, and the slow red heart under the ash, keeping.
So the room goes fully dark and fully quiet. The wind still leans on the shutter, but it stays outside now, held off by wood and wool and the covered warmth of the hearth. Somewhere in the thatch, a small settling. Nearer, the slow breathing of the sleepers, all turned the same way. And in the middle of the floor, hidden and safe under its gray ash, the fire keeps. It asks nothing. It will not wake anyone.
It simply holds its small red life through the deepest hours, waiting, without hurry, for a hand in the morning to brush the ash aside and let it rise. The house is settled for the night.
The talking has thinned out. Nobody decided to stop. The words just came further apart until the fire was doing most of the sound in the room. It sinks now, the way a fire does when no one has fed it in a while. The tall flames gone, the wood fallen in on itself into a low bed of coals. The light no longer reaches the far wall. It gathers close around the hearth, and everyone has drifted in toward it without noticing, the way you lean toward the last warm thing in a cold room.
The last rushlight is nearly gone. It has been leaning in its iron pinch all evening, a small clear flame no bigger than a thumbnail, and now it has burned down to almost nothing. Someone watches it a moment, then decides not to light another. There is no work left that needs it. The needle is put down, the wool set aside, the bowl wiped with the last of the bread. The little flame gutters and goes out with a thread of smoke, and no one reaches to replace it.
From here on, the only light in the house is the fire.
Outside, the wind is settled into the shutters. It leans on them and eases off. Leans and eases, the way a slow tide works at a shore. There is no glass to keep it out, only the wooden shutter drawn across the small window, and the length of the dark room between it and the fire. You can hear the cold on the other side of the wood, but you are not in it.
That is the whole comfort of the evening, and it is enough. The wind out there, the fire in here, and the wall doing its quiet work between the two.
At the low end of the house, past the cross passage, the cattle have gone quiet too. Through the evening, they shifted and pulled at their tethers and breathed their long, slow breaths, and now even that has slowed. Their warmth still comes up the room. You cannot see it, but you can feel where it is, a mildness in the air that the fire alone would not make.
In many a house of this kind, the animals in the family share the one long roof, and on a night like this the sharing is a plain and useful thing. Two kinds of warmth pooled under one thatch, keeping the dark at arm's length.
The bedding is pulled together near the fire. Not a bed as we would think of one, a low frame at best, and for many just a tick of straw laid on the beaten floor, or rushes and bracken heaped and a wool blanket over the top. It goes close to the hearth, where the last of the heat will reach it through the night. There is no far bedroom to walk to, no cold stair. You lie down where you have sat all evening, in the same warm circle, and the day simply lowers you into the night without moving you very far.
The whole household lies down together. This is not poverty made into a picture. It is simply how warmth works when warmth is scarce. Bodies close, one blanket shared, the children in the middle where it is warmest, the grown ones to the outside. In the dark you can hear the breathing of everyone you know in the world, all in the one room, all within reach. There is nothing to be afraid of in that, and a great deal to be steadied by.
The night is large and cold outside. Inside, everyone is accounted for.
But before anyone truly sleeps, there is one last thing to do, and it is always done. It is done to the fire. All evening the fire has been let to burn as it pleased, fed and stirred and left tall. Now, in the near dark, one person rises, the same person most nights who knows the trick of it, and kneels at the hearth. The others watch from the warm heap of the bedding, or have their eyes already closed.
This is the true close of the day. Not a word, not a bell out here in the country, but a pair of hands and a fire being put to bed.
First the embers are raked together. All evening they have spread out across the hearthstone, glowing loosely, giving their heat freely to the room. Now they are drawn in, gathered with a stick or an iron into a close, heaped mound at the center, red heart pressed against red heart. Loose, they would cool by morning and die.
Banked together, they hold their warmth in on themselves, each coal keeping the next one alive.
It is a small piece of knowledge, passed down so long that no one remembers being taught it, and every house in the village is doing the same thing tonight.
Then the ash. A layer of fine gray wood ash is drawn up and over the heaped coals, covering them, tucking them in. It looks for a moment as though the fire has been put out. The bright red vanishes under the soft gray, and the hearth goes dull and quiet. But it is not out. The ash is a blanket, not a lid. It starves the coals of just enough air that they cannot flare and burn away, while leaving them just enough to smolder on slow and low, all through the hours of the dark.
Under the gray, a red heart of the fire keeps.
This is the oldest evening word we still say. To cover the fire, in the old French of the day, couvre-feu is where our word curfew comes from. In some towns, a bell rang to mark the hour for it, a signal across the roofs to bank the hearths and put out the lights. Out here in the village, no bell need reach. The dark itself is the signal, and the cold, and the long habit of the body.
But bell or no bell, the act is the same one, done in every house from the town wall to the last cottage on the lane. Cover the fire, and let the night have the rest.
The one who banked the fire crosses back to the bedding in the dark. They know the few steps by heart, past the chest, around the trestle boards leaned against the wall, to the warm place kept for them among the others. There is no light to guide them, and none is wanted. The room is small and known, every corner of it walked 1,000 times. They lie down. The blanket is pulled up and shared out.
And now the last person is settled, and the household is whole again in the one warm heap by the fire.
The room goes dark, but for the covered fire. Where there were flames all evening, there is now only a low breathing warmth under the ash. A dull red seam at the edge of the mound that you would miss if you were not lying still and looking. It is not enough light to see by. It is only enough to know the fire is there, a soft banked glow in the middle of the floor, holding steady, asking nothing. The shutters are drawn, the animals are quiet, the blanket is shared.
The house settles for the night.
The breathing in the room lengthens and evens out. One by one they go under. The children first, dropping off mid-thought. And then the grown ones, the day's work finally letting go of their shoulders. The fire holds. It does not need tending now. That is the whole point of the banking.
It will smolder low and slow through the deep of the night, keeping its heat in on itself, so that whoever wakes first in the gray before dawn will find not a cold black hearth, but a warm heart of coals, ready to be woken with a breath and a handful of kindling.
And so the house is at rest. The wind still leans on the shutters and eases and leans again. The cattle breathe at the low end of the room. The ash sits gray and soft over its red heart, and the red heart keeps. There is nothing left to do, and no one left awake to do it. Only a small covered fire in the middle of a dark room, holding the warmth of the whole long day quietly through until morning. The fire is banked. A red heart of it will keep till morning.
The house settles for the night, and the night takes it in.
The house has 2 ends, and by now you know both of them by heart. Up here, near the hearth, is where the evening happened, where the pot sat and the rushlight was fed, and the family gathered close to the fire. But the house does not stop at the trestle table. It runs on, long and low, under one continuous roof, and past the middle of the room the floor changes underfoot, and the air changes in your nose. There is a cross passage there, a narrow way running from the door on one side to the door on the other, worn smooth by the coming and going of years. It divides the house without walling it off. On the near side, the living,
The fire, the beds, the people. On the far side, the low end, the animals. One roof covers them all, one long span of thatch and rafter. And under it, on this cold night, the whole household sleeps together, though not all of it walks on two legs.
You cannot see the far end well from here. The firelight reaches only so far before it gives up and lets the dark have the rest. But you can hear it. You can hear the animals settling for the night the same as the people did, the slow shift of a large body against a wall, and you know they are there, close, breathing in the same dark air.
Go down the room in your mind, past the banked fire, past the chest against the wall, past the place where the family lies. The floor tilts under you as you go, gently, so gently you might not notice it in daylight, but at night, when everything is still, it matters. The house was built to slope, not by accident, not by a settling of the ground over the years, but on purpose, by the hands that raised the crux and laid the earth floor. The living end sits a little higher.
The animal end sits a little lower. It is a small thing, a hand's width of fall over the length of the room. But it is the whole quiet cleverness of the Byre house in one line. Water runs downhill. So does everything else the animals leave behind through the long night. It runs away from where the people sleep, down the slope of the beaten floor, toward a shallow channel cut along the low end, and out through a gap by the far door into the yard. You are not meant to think about it. That is the point. The slope thinks about it for you all night while you sleep, carrying away what you would rather not smell any nearer than you must. At the very low end of the house, where the floor bottoms out, the cattle stand tethered to the wall. Not many, 2 or 3, perhaps a few more in a lucky year. An ox that pulls the plow in its season, a cow that gives milk when she is in milk, a young beast being grown on toward the day it will work or be sold. They are the household's wealth, more than the chest and everything in it. A cottage can lose a pot and buy another. Lose an ox and the plowing may not get done, and if the plowing is not done, there is no bread the following year. So the beasts do not sleep out in the cold and the wet where a hard frost or a thief might take them. They sleep here, inside, under the same roof as their people, tied by a rope or a simple wooden yoke to a rail along the wall, each one in its own place, head toward the wall, back toward the room. Close enough that in the black middle of the night, if you reached out a hand from where you lay, you would not have so very far to reach before you touched the warm flank of something large and patient and alive. This is not how every house in the country is arranged, and it is worth being honest about that. In many places, especially in the hills in the west, in the moors in the north, people and cattle really did share one long roof this way. The living end and the Byre end, divided by a cross passage.
In the flat, wide farming country of the Midlands, where this village sits, it was just as common to keep the house and the byre as separate buildings, the beasts warm and safe in a shed of their own, a few steps across the yard. So do not imagine every cottage on the street is built to this one plan.
But in many a house of this kind, the cattle do live under the family's roof, and it is that house we are standing in tonight, the Byre house, where the low end is the beast's end, and the high end is yours. It is the cozier arrangement, if you can call anything cozy that shares its floor with an ox. And on a night like this, with the wind leaning on the thatch and the ground going hard with frost outside, cozy is exactly the word for it.
Everything living is under one roof, and the roof is enough.
The first thing the animals give the house, without meaning to give anything, is heat. A cow is a large warm thing. So is an ox, larger still. Their bodies burn through the day's grass and hay and turn it, among other things, into a steady low warmth that never quite switches off. 2 or 3 of them standing close together at the low end of a small house are a slow fire that needs no wood. They do not blaze. They do not crackle.
But they are always warm, all night, without being fed a single stick, and that warmth does not stay at the low end where it is made. Heat rises and heat drifts, and the warmth of the beasts lifts off their backs and moves up the sloping room toward the higher end where the people lie. It comes not as a gust, but as a tide, slow and even, filling the space between the walls a little more than the cold outside would allow. The banked hearth gives its own low heat at one end.
The animals give theirs at the other. Between the two, in the middle where the family sleeps, the air is never quite as bitter as the night beyond the daub would make it.
Listen, and the low end has a sound of its own. A sound you learn to sleep through the way you learn to sleep through the ticking of your own house settling. It is breathing. Not the quick, light breathing of a person, but something slower and deeper and much bigger. A cow breathes at her own unhurried pace, a great slow bellows working in the dark, drawing in and letting out, and beside her another does the same, and the two are not in step, so the sound never becomes a rhythm you could count.
It is more like the sea heard from a distance, if you have ever heard the sea, a long, soft in and out, with no beginning and no end. Every so often one of them lets out a longer breath, almost a sigh, and shifts its weight from one foot to another, and a hoof gump.
Then it is quiet again. Quiet in the way a room is quiet when 3 large lungs are working in it, which is not silent at all, but full, a soft, deep-breathing dark that presses gently on the ears and, strangely, makes it easier to let go and sink down into sleep yourself.
There is a smell to the low end, too, and it is honest to say so because the Byre house is not a picture in a book. It is a real place with real animals living in it, and animals living in a house smell of themselves. There is the warm, grassy smell of the beasts, the smell of their breath and their hides. There is the sharper smell of what they leave on the straw, kept from getting worse by the sloping floor and the channel that carries the wet of it away.
There is the smell of the straw itself, of hay, of the daub in the walls, of old smoke soaked into everything. It is not a clean smell the way the cold air outside is clean, but it is not a smell you fight either. It is the smell of the house being lived in fully by everyone who lives in it, and by the 3rd or 4th night of the deep cold you have long since stopped noticing it, the same way you stopped noticing the wood smoke hours ago.
It is simply the air of home, warm and close and animal, and you breathe it without thinking, and you sleep.
The tether is a simple thing, and like most simple things in this house, it has been made and mended by hand more times than anyone remembers. A length of rope, twisted from hemp or from the coarse hair of the beasts themselves, run through a loop of rope or a wooden ring fixed to the rail along the wall, long enough that the animal can lie down and get up again, can lower its head to the manger and the hay, can shift and turn its weight through the night.
Short enough that it cannot wander up the room to where the people sleep, cannot get its feet tangled with the next beast along, cannot get itself into the kind of trouble a loose animal finds in the dark. The knot is one the household could tie blind, which is just as well, for it is often tied by feel in the last of the firelight before sleep.
Each beast to its place along the wall, head in, the rope run and made fast, a hand laid for a moment on the warm neck, and that is the last of the evening's work at the low end. The animals made safe for the night the same as the fire was made safe,
so that everything under the roof can rest.
Along the low wall runs the manger, a rough wooden trough, no more than boards nailed and pegged into a long open box at the height of a lowered head. Into it, before the family lay down, went the night's hay, an armful for each beast, forked or carried from the little store kept dry at the end of the house or in a loft above. Now, in the dark, the animals work at it in their own slow time. You can hear it if you listen past their breathing.
The soft pull and tear of a mouthful of hay being drawn from the manger. The long, patient, sideways grinding of it being chewed, a sound with no hurry in it at all. A pause. Then the pull and tear again. They do not eat the way people eat. A meal, and then done.
They eat a little and rest and eat a little more on and off through the whole night, and the sound of it comes and goes at the low end like a slow tide of its own, the tearing and the grinding, the tearing and the grinding, until it too becomes part of the dark, and you no longer hear it as a separate thing.
The cross passage is the seam that holds the two worlds of the house together and keeps them apart. It is a plain thing to look at. Just a strip of the floor running from the door in one long wall to the door in the other, so that you can pass right through the house from yard to street without going into either the living end or the byre. But it does more work than it looks. It is the line where the family's side stops and the animal's side begins.
It is where the beasts are led in at dusk and out at dawn, in through one door, turned down to their places along the wall. It is where the through draught runs when both doors stand open on a working day, sweeping the house clean of smoke and smell. Tonight both doors are shut fast against the cold, barred with a plain wooden bar dropped into its brackets, and the passage is just a dark still band across the middle of the house.
But even shut and quiet, it does its old job, standing between the sleeping people and the shifting beasts, near enough to hear each other, far enough to leave each other be.
Now come back up the room, back over the cross passage, back to the higher end where the family lies. Here the floor is dry and a little warmer, and the last red heart of the banked fire glows under its blanket of ash a few feet away, giving off no flame, but a steady, low warmth you can feel on the side of your face.
The bedding is straw, heaped thick on the earth floor, or a plain sack tick stuffed with it, and over the whole of it a wool blanket or two, or a heavy cloak pressed into service for the night. And in it, close together, the whole household. There is no room and no reason for anyone to sleep apart. Warmth is a thing you make together, packed side by side under the same wool, so that the heat of one keeps the next, and the whole family is a single warm shape in the dark.
Beyond them, down the slope, the animals. Beside them, the covered fire. Above them, the black soot-heavy rafters and the thatch and the winter sky. The house holds all of it, people and beasts and fire, in one long, low span, and asks only that everything in it keep still and keep warm until morning. It is worth understanding why the beasts are worth all this, why a family gives up the low end of its own small house to a few large animals instead of shutting them outside. It comes down to what the ox does. Land here is not gardened by hand, a spade turn at a time. It is plowed, and a plow that turns the heavy clay of these fields cannot be pulled by a person.
It takes an ox, or better a pair, or a team of more, leaning into the yoke and dragging the iron share through the soil while someone walks behind to guide it. No ox, no plowing. No plowing, no grain sown. And no grain is no bread, and no ale, and no seed for next year. The cow gives milk in her season, to drink, and to make into cheese and butter that keep. The young beast is next year's worker, or this year's rent, sold at the fair for the silver the manor will want.
A cottage without land and beasts is a cottage one bad season from real hunger. So the animals sleep inside, guarded and warm, because they are not just animals. They are the plowing and the milk and the rent. The whole thin margin between getting by and going under, standing tethered at the low end of the room. Down at the low end, one of the beasts lies down for the night, and it is a slow and deliberate business. A cow does not simply drop where she stands. She folds. First the front knees bend, and she goes down at the shoulders. Then the back follows, the great body lowering itself in stages onto the straw, with a long, soft grunt of settling.
Then she is down, legs tucked, and after a while, if she is easy, her head comes round and rests along her own flank, and she is asleep, or as near to it as a cow gets. Beside her another stays standing, dozing on her feet the way cattle can, head low, one hind leg resting. There is no hurry in any of it, and no distress.
It is only the animals doing at the low end what the people are doing at the high end, finding the shape that is easiest to hold for a long while, letting the day's weight down, going still. In a little while the whole low end is settled, one down in the straw, one standing over her, the rope slack, the manger half empty, the breathing slow.
The wind is working on the house from outside, and the house answers it in 100 small voices. There is no glass anywhere in these walls, nothing but wood between the sleepers and the weather. The small window openings are closed with plain wooden shutters, barred from within, and the wind pushes at them and finds the cracks and hums along the edges. It leans on the thatch overhead, and the thatch stirs and whispers and holds.
It presses at the barred doors at either end of the cross passage, and the bars hold too, though a door will knock once in its frame when a hard gust comes. Down at the low end, the wind matters less. The animals are a wall of warm bodies between the far drafts and the room, and their bulk and their heat push back against the cold the wind carries. Inside, between the shuttered window and the banked fire and the breathing beasts, the family lies in a pocket of held warmth while the winter goes on all around the house and cannot quite get in. You hear it trying. You are glad of the wood and the thatch and the animals and the fire, all of them together keeping the night on the far side of the wall.
Sometime in the deep of the night, one of the beasts stirs. Nothing is wrong. It only shifts, the way a large sleeping thing shifts, rising perhaps from where it lay, hauling itself back up onto its feet in the same slow folded stages by which it went down, or simply turning its weight and settling again. A hoof moves in the straw. The rope creaks against its ring.
There is a low sound, not quite a lowing, more a soft rumble deep in the chest, the sound a cow makes to no one in particular in the dark. And up at the high end, without fully waking, someone hears it. A parent, most likely half surfacing from sleep, registering the sound, knowing it, knowing there is nothing in it that needs getting up for, and sinking back down again.
The house keeps its own watch this way, not by anyone standing guard, but by everyone in it lying close enough to hear everyone else, people and animals alike, so that a wrong sound would wake someone but a right sound. A beast simply being a beast in the night, passes over the sleepers like a cloud over the moon and troubles no one.
Think of the warmth again, the way it moves. It does not stay where it is made. At the low end, the animals give off their steady heat, and that heat, being warm, wants to rise. And being under a long, sloping roof, it rises and drifts and travels up the length of the house toward the higher end. It is not a draught, nothing you would feel as a moving thing on your skin. It is slower than that, a filling rather than a flowing, the way warm water fills a basin from the bottom up.
By the middle of the night, the whole low span of the room under the rafters is holding a little pool of gathered warmth, part of it from the covered fire, part of it from the beasts, mixing and settling and holding steady against the cold that presses in at the walls. The family sleeps in the warmest part of it, up near the hearth, but the warmth reaches them from both directions, the fire on one side, the tide of animal heat coming up the slope on the other.
It is a kind of heating no one built and no one tends. A warmth that keeps itself all night simply because living things are gathered together under one roof, breathing in the dark.
There's a cat somewhere in the house tonight, as there usually is, and the low end is one of its places. It has no owner in the way a person owns a thing. It came to the house for the mice, and the mice come to the house for the grain and the hay. And so long as there is a byre and a hay store, there will be mice. And so long as there are mice, there will be a cat.
In the dark, it moves where it likes, a soft shape ghosting along the wall, up over the chest, down the room to the low end where the hay is and the mice run. It threads between the legs of the resting cattle without troubling them and without being troubled, all of them long used to each other. Perhaps it settles at last against the warm flank of a lying cow, or curls in the loose straw of the manger's end where the heat gathers, and closes its eyes.
One more warm living thing under the roof, keeping its own quiet trade going through the night, part of the household in everything but name, earning its place at the low end the way everything in this house earns its place, by being useful and by being warm.
Above the low end, tucked up under the slope of the roof, there may be a loft, a rough half-floor of poles and boards laid across the tie-beams, reached by a plain ladder leaning against the wall. It is where the year's dry things are kept up and out of the wet, out of the reach of the beasts below. Bundles of hay for the winter feeding, so the manger can be filled night after night. Sheaves of straw for the bedding and the thatch mending.
Sacks of the grain that will be ground into flour and the peas and beans dried for the pot. Onions plaited into ropes and hung from the rafters. A side of bacon if the household is lucky. Bunches of pot herbs going brittle in the smoke. It is the house's larder and hay barn in one, hanging over the animals' heads, and its being there is half the reason the beasts are housed just below it, where their feed is close to hand and their warmth rises up to keep the stores from the worst of the frost.
In the dark you cannot see it, but you know it is there, the whole quiet weight of the year's keeping, resting on its poles above the sleeping cattle. The floor at the low end tells its own long story if you crouch and look, though tonight it is too dark to read it, and you only know it by day. Years of hooves and years of the wet running down the slope have worn and packed and stained the beaten earth of the Byre end into something quite different from the swept dry floor up by the hearth.
Down here, the earth is dark and firm, and a little hollowed along the line where the animals stand, a shallow trough beaten out by the standing of countless nights. The drainage channel is scoured smooth where the wet has run. The straw over it is trodden flat and pushed to the edges. This is not neglect.
It is used the mark of a floor doing exactly its work, night after night, year after year, carrying the wet away, taking the weight of the beasts, being renewed with fresh straw when the old is fouled and forked out to the yard for the fields. The house is old, older than anyone now sleeping in it, and the low end wears its age plainly. in the packed dark shine of an earth floor that has kept animals warm and dry through more winters than the living can count.
By day, the low end is a busy place, and it is worth remembering that, lying here in the still of the night, because the stillness is only a resting between labors. In the gray of the morning, someone will be down here before anything else is done. In the cold, by the last of the banked fire's light, to see to the beasts. The cow will want milking, the warm milk hissing into a wooden pail. The manger will want filling again from the loft.
The soiled straw will be forked up and carried out, and clean spread down. The animals will be untied and led out through the cross passage to water, or to work if it is a working day. The ox to the plow in its season. All of that is coming, a few dark hours off, but not yet.
Now the pails hang empty on their pegs. The fork leans in its corner. The milking stool waits by the wall, and the beasts and the people alike are between one day's work and the next, doing the one thing that is not work at all, lying still in the warm dark, gathering back the strength that the morning will spend.
Consider how strange and how ordinary it is at the same time that people and cattle should sleep in one room, and how far it is from the way we live now. To us it might seem a hardship, or worse than a hardship, to lie down of a night an arm's length from an ox. To the family in this house it is not a thought at all. It is simply how a house is, how it has always been, how their parents slept, and their parents before them. The beasts are not intruders in the home.
They are members of the household in the oldest sense of that word. Mouths the house feeds, and hands, or rather backs, that feed the house in turn. There is no line drawn in anyone's mind between the family and the animals that the whole of the family depends on. They share the roof because they share the life under it, the same cold outside, the same fire, the same year of plowing and milking and rent. When we picture the medieval poor, we too often picture them as pitiable.
Better to picture this. A warm, crowded room on a winter night. Every living thing in it fed and safe and breathing, and no one in the least bit sorry for themselves, because they are exactly where a family ought to be.
The dark itself is not empty here. That is the thing you notice, lying awake a moment at the high end. In a house standing empty, the dark would be a hollow thing, a cold nothing between the walls. This dark is full. It is crowded with soft, slow living sound and steady living warmth. The breathing of the beasts fills it from the low end, that long unhurried in and out that never lines up into a beat. The breathing of the family fills it from the high end, lighter and quicker and just as constant.
The faint settling tick of the covered fire adds its own thread. Somewhere the cat breathes too small to hear. The wind outside gives the dark an edge, something for all this inside warmth to be measured against. It is a great deal of quiet company, all of it wordless, none of it aware of itself, the plain animal fact of many living things resting together in one warm space. And in the middle of it, held by it, you find your own breathing slowing to match the room, and the edges of thought going soft, and the fullness of the dark closing gently over, like water closing over a stone.
A woman like Cecilia Pennefather might have known a room much like this one. Her name comes down to us from the court rolls of Brigstock, written year on year through her long life, a real woman who never married and held land in her own right, and lived out her days in an ordinary village in the years before the Great Mortality.
The rolls keep her name, and the dry business of the manor court, the little dealings in land and dues that were set down in the clerk's hand. They do not tell us how she slept, or whether a cow breathed in the dark of her house, or what the night felt like to her, and it would be wrong to pretend they do. But she was a farming woman in a farming village in this same England, and a Byre house with its beasts at the low end was one of the plain, ordinary shapes a life like hers was lived inside.
So when you picture the cattle tethered along the wall and the warmth drifting up the sloping floor, you are not picturing something rare or strange. You are picturing the ordinary nightfall of ordinary people whose names, a few of them, still survive, kept by chance in the rolls of a manor court, standing in for all the countless others whose names did not.
The night wears on and nothing happens, which is exactly as it should be. At the low end, a beast finishes the last of its hay and works its jaw slowly over nothing for a while, and then stops. Another lets its full weight down into the straw at last, and is still. The rope hangs slack from the ring. The manger stands empty, to be filled again at first light.
Up at the high end, the fire's red heart burns a little lower under its ash, but does not go out, kept alive on purpose to wake into flame in the morning. The family lies as it lay, close and warm and unmoving. The wind eases, and then rises, and then eases again, and the shutters answer it, and the thatch answers it, and none of it matters, because everything that needs to be inside is inside, and everything that needs to be shut is shut.
This is the long, still middle of the night in a Byre house, the hours when nothing is asked of anyone, when the work is done and the next work is not yet, when the whole warm, crowded roomful of life simply rests and goes on breathing, and waits without waiting for the gray light to come.
Let your mind rest on the warmth one last time, because it is the truest thing in the house tonight, truer than the walls or the dark or the wind. Somewhere down the sloping room, a few feet from where the family sleeps, 2 or 3 large, gentle animals stand and lie in their straw, and out of them, without any effort or any intention, comes a slow, steady heat that never fails through the whole of the night.
It rises off their backs and drifts up the room and mixes with the low warmth of the covered fire, and the two together make a pocket of held warmth in the black cold of the winter, just big enough for a family and its beasts, just warm enough to sleep in. No one lit it. No one tends it. It keeps itself, the way a living thing keeps itself warm simply by being alive, and it is shared out among everything under the roof without anyone deciding to share it. It comes up the room like a slow tide, and that is exactly right. A slow, warm tide with no waves in it, rising all night from the low end, lapping soft against the sleeping family, filling the house to the rafters with the plain animal warmth of being alive, and together in the dark.
So this is the Byre house after dark, the whole of it, held in one long, low span under the thatch. The people at the high end near the covered fire, close together under their wool. The animals at the low end pass the cross passage, tethered to the wall, head in, resting in the straw. The floor sloping gently between them so the night runs down and away, the warmth rising the other way, up the slope, from the beasts to the sleepers.
The breathing, slow and deep and unhurried, filling the dark from both ends of the house at once. Nothing more is needed, and nothing more is happening. The whole of the household is inside and safe and warm. The whole margin of the year's survival tethered a few feet off and breathing in the dark. And everything that is alive under this roof is doing the one same simple thing, letting the day go, going still, resting close together,
while the winter night turns slowly outside the shuttered walls. And the house holds it all, and the fire keeps, and the warmth rises, and the breathing goes on, and the dark is not empty at all, but full.
So, the house is dark now, and the fire is a low red heart under its blanket of ash. Everyone is laying down together on the straw, close for the warmth, and the shutters are drawn against the wind. And here is a gentle thing to carry into the quiet. It is likely that people did not sleep the whole night in one unbroken peace, the way we try to now. For a very long time, in the centuries before artificial light was cheap and everywhere, the night seems to have come in two halves.
There was a first sleep, taken soon after dark. Then, somewhere in the deep middle of the night, a waking. Not an alarmed waking, not a bad one, but a natural surfacing into the dark. People lay a while, awake and calm, and then sank down again into a second sleep that carried them to dawn. We should be honest that the firmest written evidence for this pattern comes from a later age than this one, and that historians still argue over how to read it.
But it is a plausible shape for the pre-industrial night, and it may well reach back into a cottage exactly like this. So let it settle over you slowly, the same way it settled over them. Sleep, then a soft waking, then sleep again.
Think of how the first sleep began, on an ordinary night like this one. There was no clock on any wall to tell them the hour, no chimed bell in the cottage, nothing counting. The dark itself was the signal. The work of the day was finished, the pot was cool, the last small chores were done, and the body simply followed the fading of the light down into rest.
It is likely that ordinary people went to sleep far earlier than we do, because the useful part of the day ended when the daylight did, and a rushlight or a covered fire is a poor reason to stay up. So the first sleep came early, and it came deep. In the hush you would hear only the small settling sounds of the house, the fire ticking as it cooled under its ash, the wind testing the shutters, the slow breathing of the others beside you.
This is not something we can pin to an exact medieval habit with certainty, and the plainest records of it belong to a later century. But the shape of it feels true here, in a home lit only by fire, where the night arrived so completely and so early. The first sleep took them down into it, thoroughly, the way sleep takes you now.
Now let the night deepen. The first sleep runs its length, and somewhere in the hours after midnight, in that stillest trough of the dark, comes the waking. This is the part worth dwelling on gently. It seems that people did not fight this waking or count it as a fault the way we might now, lying in the dark and worrying that we should be asleep.
It was, as far as we can tell, simply expected. A natural pause between the two sleeps, a hollow in the middle of the night that belonged to no work and no urgency. The historian whose writing gathered most of the evidence for this drew it mainly from a later age, and other scholars are careful to say the reading is not settled. So we hold it lightly, as a plausible thing, rather than a proven one.
You surface out of the first sleep into a warm, dark, quiet house. Nobody expects anything of you. There is nowhere to be. The fire still holds its buried red heart. The others still breathe beside you, and the hour is yours in a way no daylight hour ever is. It is a waking without alarm, and it asks nothing of you at all.
They had a name for this middle stretch. At least the later writers who described it did. They called it the watch. Not a watch kept out of fear. Not a guard against anything. But simply the wakeful span that lay between the first sleep and the second. A watch in the old sense of a portion of the night. It is a lovely plain word for it. In the centuries before cheap light, this watch may have been an ordinary and unremarkable part of the dark, as normal as the sleeps on either side of it.
We should keep saying honestly that our clearest descriptions of this come from a time after this cottage, and that the matter is still debated among those who study it. But if it did reach back this far, then a Lincolnshire family in a smoky one-room house would have known this hour well. They would not have called it insomnia or lost sleep. It was just the watch, the quiet gap, the time between.
Picture the house holding it now. The middle of the night arrived, the first sleep spent, the second sleep not yet begun, and the whole dark house resting inside that soft, unhurried pause. What did they do in the watch? The later accounts, the ones our evidence mostly rests on, describe a few quiet things, and none of them is strenuous. Some prayed. Some lay still and let their minds drift over the day just past or the day to come. Some spoke softly to whoever was awake beside them. Some simply dozed on the edge of sleep, half in and half out. And some rose, only a little, to tend the fire. That is the whole shape of it as far as we can tell. Prayer, soft talk, a little dozing, a look to the embers. We must be careful, because the sources describing this belong to a later age than a cottage of 1300, and scholars still weigh how far back the pattern truly ran. But it is a plausible and gentle picture of the pre-industrial night, and it fits a home like this one perfectly. Nothing in it is busy. Nothing in it is bright.
It is all low and slow and warm. The kind of thing a body does in the dark without really deciding to, in a house where the only light is a covered fire, and the only sound is the wind.
Let us stay with the fire, because that was likely the one small chore of the watch. All evening the hearth had been kept, and at the day's end it was banked. The embers raked into a heap and covered over with ash, so that a red core would smolder safely through the dark hours. In the middle of the night, someone might lean over and look to it, not stir it up into flame, that would waste it, but simply make sure the buried heart still lived. Perhaps a hand held near to feel the warmth.
Perhaps a small stick of wood laid ready at the edge for the morning. In a house with no easy way to strike a fresh flame, that dull red core was precious, and keeping it alive was worth a sleepy glance in the night. We cannot say for certain that the medieval waking was spent exactly so, and the accounts that describe the watch come from later times.
But tending the covered fire is the most natural thing in the world for someone half awake in a cold, dark house, and it asks almost nothing, a glance, a breath of warmth, then back down into the straw.
Now think of the prayers which the later writers set at the very center of the watch. It seems that for many people this middle hour was a natural time for quiet devotion. Not loud, not kneeling on cold stone in a church, but a low murmured prayer from within the warmth of the bedding, in the dark, half asleep. The house of God had its own night offices, its own bells that woke monks to sing in the small hours, and we will come to those on another night.
But an ordinary family in a cottage had no bell and no office, only whatever words they knew by heart, said softly into the dark. It is a plausible use of the watch, and a peaceful one. We hold it honestly, remembering that the clearest record of this praying belongs to a later century, and that the patterns reach back into medieval times is argued rather than proven.
Still, imagine it. The middle of the night, the fire buried and warm, the family close together, and one voice, or none, or a whisper, letting a few old familiar words rise into the dark before sleep takes them back. It is a soft thing to fall asleep to.
Sometimes the later accounts suggest the watch was a time for soft talk. Two people awake in the same bed, in the same warm dark, might speak quietly to one another, not about anything pressing. There is nothing to decide in the middle of the night, no work to plan that cannot wait for the light. Just the small, easy murmuring of people who share a life and a blanket, a thing remembered, a thing noticed, a plan for the field or the garden let slip and let go.
In a house where the whole family slept in one room, close for warmth, there was always someone near enough to speak to if you wished. And there was a rare privacy to that hour, too, when the children had slipped back under and the house was fully dark. We should keep our honesty here, since the descriptions of this quiet talk come mainly from a later time, and how far the custom stretched back is not settled. But it is easy to believe of any house full of people in the dark.
A few low words, then quiet again, then the slow slide back toward the second sleep, the talk trailing off unfinished because sleep came first.
And often, surely the watch was spent doing nothing at all. Just lying there, awake and unbothered in the warm dark. No task, no words, no prayer even. Only the drift of a half-sleeping mind over nothing in particular. This may have been the commonest use of the hour, if hour it was, to be gently, comfortably awake, and to let it pass. We build so much worry now around lying awake in the night, treating it as a failure of sleep, a problem to fix.
It is worth remembering that this need not always have been so. In a world where the broken night was likely ordinary, waking in the middle of it carried no dread. You did not lie there counting the sleep you were losing, because you were not losing any. The second sleep was still to come, and you knew it. The evidence for this calm attitude, we should say again, is drawn mostly from later ages and is debated. But as a picture of the pre-industrial night, it is deeply restful.
To wake in the dark and feel no alarm. To have nowhere to be and nothing to solve. To simply lie warm and let the mind wander until it wanders back down into sleep.
There is a word we still use that carries a memory of the covered night fire, and it is worth setting down here in the dark, because it belongs to this hour. The word is curfew. It comes from the old French couvre-feu, which means simply cover the fire. In the towns, a bell was rung at the end of the evening, the curfew bell, and at its sound people were to bank their hearths, put out open flame, and let the night begin.
The reason was plain and practical. A town of timber and thatch could burn to the ground from one unwatched fire, so the covered fire was a rule as much as a habit. Out here in a Lincolnshire village, no town bell may have reached across the dark fields, but the act was the same. The last thing done before the first sleep was to the fire, to rake it into a heap and bury it under ash, to cover it. Couvre-feu.
So the word for the close of the day still means, underneath the small, careful gesture over the embers that this family made a few hours ago, and that keeps a red heart alive in the room even now while they sleep.
Listen, in the watch, to how little there is to hear. This is a quiet unlike any quiet we know now. There is no hum of anything, no distant road, no machine, anywhere in the world.
The village outside is a scatter of dark thatched houses along a single street. Every shutter closed, every fire banked, every family down. If a curfew bell rang somewhere far off, its last stroke faded long ago.
What is left is only the wind leaning on the shutters, the tiny tick and settle of the cooling house, the breathing of the family, and now and then, from the low end of the house or the yard, the shift of a tethered animal. That is the whole soundscape of the medieval night. Wind, breath, and beast. It is worth noticing, because that great silence is likely part of why the night broke into two sleeps at all. With nothing to do in the dark and no light to do it by, the body took what it needed and then simply rested, awake in the hush. We say likely, and we mean it, since the plain record of the two sleeps comes from later times. But the silence, at least, is certain, and it is a silence you can almost feel.
Consider the dark itself, how complete it was.
We can hardly imagine it now, but a night like this one was truly black. With the shutter closed and the fire buried under ash, there was almost no light in the room at all, only the faint red hint of the covered embers, and if the shutter did not fit tight, a thin gray line of whatever the sky gave. No lamp burned through the night. A rushlight lasts minutes, not hours, and no one would waste fat by burning light on sleepers.
So the watch was kept in near total darkness, and the eyes had nothing to do. Perhaps that is part of why the waking was so calm and so inward, a time for prayer and soft talk and drifting thought rather than any doing, because there was simply nothing to see and no way to see it. This is plausible reasoning about the pre-industrial night rather than a documented fact of the medieval hour, and we hold it as such. But the darkness is not in doubt.
Lie in it a moment. A black room, a warm bed, a red ghost of fire at the center of the floor, and the whole world reduced to warmth and breath and the shape of the dark.
If someone did rise in the watch and want a little light, it would not have been much, and it would not have lasted. A rushlight, one of those peeled rushes soaked in kitchen fat and clamped at a slant in its iron holder, could be lit from the banked embers with a coaxed splinter, and it would give a single low flickering point of flame, enough to see a face or a step across the floor, for perhaps 10 or 15 minutes, before it burned away. That is all. You would not light one to stay up by.
You might light one to cross the room, to look to a restless child or a stirring animal, and then pinch it out again to save it. Most likely, though, the watch needed no light at all. The house was known by heart in the dark. The number of steps to the hearth, the reach to the water, the exact place of the sleepers. Feet found their way without eyes.
So even a waking that involved a little moving about was probably done in the dark or by the fire's own dull red glow, with the rushlight left unlit and its iron nip on the shelf, saved for a real need.
It is worth pausing on how strange and how kind this idea can feel to us who sleep so differently. We are taught that the night should be one solid block of sleep, and that to wake in the middle of it is to have failed at it somehow. We lie in the dark and count the hours we are losing, and the worry itself keeps us awake. But if the pre-industrial night really did come in two sleeps, with a calm watch between, then waking in the deep of the night was not a fault at all. It was the design.
It was expected, unremarkable, even pleasant, a gift of quiet in the middle of the dark. We must be careful, because the strongest evidence for this belongs to a later century than this cottage, and thoughtful people disagree about how far it reaches back, so we do not claim it as certain medieval fact.
But even as a possibility, it is a comforting one to carry into sleep. The thought that waking in the night might once have been ordinary and untroubled, a natural pause rather than a broken thing, and that if you wake tonight, you might let it be that instead.
warm and calm, with the second sleep still waiting for you.
Let the watch draw on now, and feel it begin to soften toward its end. However it was spent, in prayer or talk or drifting or a glance to the fire, the wakeful hour did not last forever. It thinned. The mind, which had surfaced clear enough to notice the dark and the warmth, began to blur again. The soft talk trailed off mid-sentence. The half-formed thoughts lost their edges. The eyelids, which had been open on nothing, grew heavy.
This is the turning of the night, the slow slide out of the watch and down toward the second sleep. Nobody chose the moment. It simply arrived, the way the first sleep had arrived at dusk. In a house this dark and this quiet, with nothing to hold the mind awake, sleep needed no persuading. We keep our honesty about the whole shape of this night, that the plainest evidence for it comes from after this age, and is still argued over.
But the sinking back into sleep needs no special evidence. It is only what a warm, tired body does in the dark. So let the watch thin around you now, and let the second sleep begin to come.
The second sleep, when it came, was likely the deeper and the softer of the two. The body had already had its first long draught of rest. The watch had emptied the mind of the day, and now, in the darkest and coldest and quietest part of the night, sleep closed over again, and this time it carried through to the light. The later writers who describe the pattern often gave the second sleep a particular sweetness, calling it the more restful of the two.
Whether that held true for a medieval Lincolnshire family we cannot say for certain, and the record, as ever, belongs mostly to a later age and is not settled. But it is easy to imagine. The house was at its stillest now. Even the wind may have eased. The fire's buried heart still held, faint and orange under the ash. And the family, warm against one another, sank down together into the long final sleep of the night, the one that no waking would break until the gray came at the shutter.
This is the sleep we are drifting toward now, too. The second one. The deep one. The one that goes all the way to morning. Think of the fire through all of this, faithful under its ash. All through the first sleep, all through the watch, and now on into the second sleep, the banked hearth has been quietly doing its slow work. Not blazing, not even flickering, just smoldering deep in its heap of embers, holding a red heart alive. This was the whole point of banking it.
A fire left to burn openly would consume its fuel by midnight and be cold ash by dawn, and then the morning would begin with the cold, hard labor of striking a new flame from flint and tinder. But a fire covered and buried keeps. It idles through the night on almost nothing, and in the gray of the morning it can be uncovered, fed a few dry sticks, and coaxed back into flame without a spark struck.
So while the family sleeps their second sleep, the fire keeps its own patient watch at the center of the floor. The one thing in the house that never fully rests. That dull red glow under the ash is the seed of tomorrow's fire, and tomorrow's warmth, and tomorrow's pottage. All of it waiting quietly in the dark.
There is a woman whose name has come down to us from a village not so far from this one, and it is worth speaking it gently into the dark, because it reminds us that these were real lives, and not just a picture. Cecilia Pennefater, whose name survives in the manor court rolls of Brigstock, was an ordinary countrywoman who lived in these very years before the great mortality, holding her own scraps of land and going about her own quiet business. We know her name and a few dry legal facts, and nothing at all of her nights. The rolls do not record how she slept, and we will not invent it for her. But she lived in a house not unlike this, in a world of open fields and banked fires and long dark winters. And if the two sleeps were the way of the pre-industrial night, then she too likely knew the watch, the middle of the night waking, the second sleep to dawn.
We hold that as a plausible thread and no more, honest that the sleep pattern is drawn from later evidence and debated. But her name is real, and it lets us imagine a real woman, in a real village, banking her fire, and lying down in the dark, exactly as this family has.
Consider how the seasons must have shaped these two sleeps, if two sleeps there were. This is a night of late autumn or early winter, when the dark comes early and stays long, and that matters. A winter night in Lincolnshire is a great stretch of blackness, many hours from dusk to dawn, far more darkness than a body needs for sleep. It makes sense that such a long night would not be spent in one unbroken sleep, but would loosen into two, with a wakeful watch between to take up the surplus dark.
In high summer, when the nights are short and the work is long, the pattern might have thinned or vanished, the sleep pressed into one tired block. So the two sleeps, if they were real here, may have belonged most of all to nights like this one. The long ones, the winter ones, when there was simply too much darkness to sleep straight through. This is reasoning about the plausible shape of the pre-industrial night rather than a settled medieval fact, and we say so plainly.
But it fits the season we are in, the long dark closing over the village, more darkness than sleep can fill, room enough in the night for a first sleep and a second, and a quiet watch held between them.
Let us return once more, softly, to the honest question of how much of this we really know. Because it matters, and because it is itself a restful thing to hold. The idea of two sleeps, with a watch between them, rests mostly on the patient work of one historian, who gathered hundreds of scattered references to a first and second sleep from the writings of a later age, roughly the centuries after this cottage. From those, he argued that the broken night was once the ordinary human pattern.
It is a compelling case, but it is not beyond dispute. Other careful scholars have asked whether the references really describe a fixed, universal custom, or something looser and more varied. And crucially, the medieval countryside itself left us very few plain words about how people slept. So what we have offered tonight is a plausible night, likely reaching back into a home like this, and not a documented certainty. That honesty need not spoil the picture. It is enough that the two sleeps are a real possibility for the pre-industrial night, that they fit this dark and this silence, and this long winter so well, and that they give us a gentle, unhurried way to imagine the hours a sleeping family spent in the dark. Picture the whole village now, all together, folded into the same dark. This one cottage is not alone. Along the single street, 30 or 40 houses like it stand shoulder to shoulder in the night, each with its croft behind, each with its banked fire and its closed shutter and its family down on the straw. If the two sleeps were the way of it, then the whole village kept the same broken rhythm together, unspoken and unarranged, a street of first sleeps at dusk, a street of quiet watches somewhere in the deep of the night, a street of second sleeps sliding on to dawn. No one signaled it, no bell drove it. The night itself set the tempo, the same dark falling on every roof, the same long winter hours to be crossed.
It is a peaceful thing to imagine from within this one warm room, that beyond these wattle walls, past the shuttered window and the cold croft, the neighbors lie sleeping the same way, and beyond them the next house and the next, a whole small world of banked fires and breathing families laid down together under the same enormous dark. We hold the sleep pattern lightly, as ever, but the shared dark is real, and it is a comfort.
And there was no rush toward the morning either, which is part of what made these nights so unhurried. Nobody in this house was set to wake at a fixed hour by anything but the light. There was no bell in the cottage to jerk them up, nothing measuring the night into slices to be answered. The day would begin when the grey came at the shutter, and the animals stirred to be seen to, and not a moment before it needed to. So the second sleep could take its full length, unbroken and uncommanded, running on until the dark itself began to thin. This is one of the deep differences between that night and ours. Theirs was governed by the sun and the fire and the season, not by any counting of the hours. The night was as long as the night was, and sleep filled it however sleep would in one piece or two, with no schedule to keep, and no alarm to dread.
It is worth carrying that ease into your own rest. A night with no fixed waking in it, no hour to be answered, only the slow turning of the dark toward a morning that will come when it comes, and the sleeping family in no hurry at all to meet it.
Feel the cold sitting just beyond the warmth, and how the sleeping bodies held their own small climate against it. Away from the hearth at the walls, the winter cold pressed in through the wattle and daub, and the thatch and the ill-fitting shutter. But the family did not sleep at the walls. They slept together, close, in a heap of shared warmth near the covered fire, one wool blanket or cloak over them all.
Warmth was a thing you made by lying near one another, and by keeping the fire's red heart alive at the center of the room. Between the buried embers on one side and the tangle of bodies on the other, a small pocket of mild air was held all night against the great cold outside. It is why the whole family shared the bed, and why the fire was banked rather than let die. Warmth in that house was pooled and guarded, never wasted.
So, through the second sleep, they lay in their made warmth, the cold held at arm's length beyond it, the fire glowing low, each sleeper warming and warmed by the next, and the winter night kept at bay by nothing more than closeness and a covered flame.
The deepest part of the night is on us now, that trough where even the wind seems to hold its breath. If there was a watch to be kept, it is long past. The second sleep has the house entirely. Nothing moves in the room. The blankets rise and fall, slow and even. The fire has burned lower still under its ash, a dimmer red now, but living yet, doing its patient work toward the morning. At the low end of the house, or out in the yard, an animal shifts once in its bedding and goes still again.
And that is all. This is the bottom of the night, the coldest and quietest hour, when the whole village lies deepest in its sleep, and the dark is at its most complete. There is a great peace in it, the peace of a world that has stopped entirely and asks nothing. We have wondered aloud tonight about how they cross these hours, whether in one sleep or two, and we have kept honest that the answer is likely rather than certain.
But here, at the very floor of the night, all the wondering falls quiet, and there is only the sleeping house, the low red fire, and the long dark holding steady until it is time to turn toward the light.
So let this be the whole gentle shape of the medieval night, held once more as we settle deeper. A first sleep, taken early, when the dark came down and the work was done and the fire was banked. Then, perhaps, a soft waking in the middle of the night, calm and expected, a watch of quiet hours in which people prayed a little, or spoke a little, or looked to the covered fire, or simply lay warm and let the dark pass. Then a second sleep, deeper than the first, running on unhurried to the dawn.
We have said, and we will say once more, that the plainest evidence for this belongs to a later age and is still debated, so we offer it as the plausible pre-industrial night, likely reaching back into a cottage like this, and never as a proven medieval custom, but held that way, honestly and lightly. It is one of the most restful pictures there is. It turns the broken night from a fault into a rhythm, and the middle of the night, waking from a trouble, into a gift.
If you should wake tonight in your own dark, you might remember it, and let the waking be a watch, and wait without worry for your own second sleep to come.
And now the night simply holds. The second sleep has the whole house and the whole village, and there is nothing left to do but let it hold you too. The fire keeps its small red heart under the ash, faithful and low, waiting for a morning still far off. The wind has softened at the shutters. The family lies warm and close and utterly still, gone all the way down into sleep.
Whether their night came in one piece or two, whether they knew a watch in the middle of the dark or not, they are past all of it now, deep in the last long sleep before the gray. There is no hurry in this house, and no fear in it, only warmth and breath and the slow, patient dark. So let the questions rest with them. Let the wondering settle. There is only the sleeping house, and the banked fire, and the long, quiet night, holding steady, holding warm, in no hurry at all to end.
Rest here a while, in the dark of that Lincolnshire cottage, with the fire keeping its heart till morning, and let your own night hold you just the same.
There is a shelf of the year kept inside this one room, and if you look up, most of it is hanging over your head. In the smoke that pools under the black rafters, things are put by. A side of bacon, salted hard and slung from a beam on a length of cord, turns very slowly when the door is opened and the draught moves the air. Bunches of dried pot herbs, parsley gone brittle, a plate of onions, a knot of garlic, all of them curing in the same smoke that stings your eyes when the fire is fed.
Nothing here was bought. Every hanging thing is a piece of a warmer month, saved on purpose against the months that are coming. This is not a larder in any grand sense. It is the roof space itself, doing double work, drying and keeping while it lets the smoke out through the thatch. In the low firelight, you can only half see it, shapes above the glow, a darker clutter against the dark. But you know it is there. You have watched it gather since the harvest.
The house does not measure the year in weeks. It measures it in what still hangs from the beams, and in how slowly, night by night, the hanging things go down.
Think first of the light, because light in a house like this is a thing you have to make. There is no shop that sells the evening. What burns after dark you have gathered, peeled, dried, and dipped yourself in the good weather, weeks and months before you needed it. In the late summer, when the marsh at the edge of the fields was low, someone from this house went down to the wet ground and cut rushes.
Not any rush, but the soft round kind that grows tall in the damp, its inside full of a white pith. They came back with an armful green and cool and smelling of the marsh, and that armful is part of what is keeping the dark back tonight. You do not think of a marsh in October as a source of light, but it is. The whole quiet economy of this cottage runs on turning things that grow into things that last. Rushes into flame, peas into winter, a pig into a year of small, salt, precious scraps.
The evening you are sitting in was harvested, the same as the grain, from a place and a season that are already gone.
The rushes did not become light all at the same time. They had to be worked, and the working of them is the sort of slow, sitting-down job that fills an autumn evening exactly like this one. You take a green rush and you peel it. Not all the way. That is the whole secret of it, and it is the kind of thing you can only learn from someone's hands, never from being told.
You strip the tough green outer rind off all round, except for one narrow ribbon of it left running the length of the rush like a spine. Take that ribbon too,
and the soft pith inside sags and folds and is no good to anyone. Leave it, and the pith stands up straight, held by its one strip of rind, ready to soak and ready to burn. It is fiddly. Your fingers get slick and green. You do 100, and it is barely a week of evenings.
So it is given often to the ones with time and patience, and nothing heavier to lift. An old woman near the fire, a child kept in out of the cold, working through a heap of rushes, one long, careful strip at a time.
The peeled pith is laid out to dry, somewhere out of the way, on a board, on a shelf against the wattle wall, spread thin so the air can get at it. The pale rushes lose their last dampness and go light and papery. Dried, they weigh almost nothing. A whole winter's worth of them takes up hardly a corner, a soft loose bundle you could hold in 2 cupped hands. That is the beauty of it for a poor house.
The light for the dark half of the year folds down to almost nothing and asks for no rent, no space, no coin. It is not yet light, mind. A dry peeled rush will not burn worth having. It is thin and quick and gone. It needs one more thing, and that thing is fat. And fat is the other harvest, the one that walks on 4 legs in the yard and comes into the roof space, in the end, as bacon and grease and the small hard tallow that keeps a flame alive.
So the dried rushes are dipped. Whatever fat the house can spare is warmed until it runs, in a shallow pan or an old broken pot set at the edge of the embers. And the peeled piths are drawn through it, one after another, until each has drunk all it can hold. Kitchen grease saved from the pot. Bacon fat. Mutton fat is best of all, they say, because it dries the hardest and drips the least. So if there has been a sheep, its fat is kept back for exactly this.
There is no separate wick to fuss with, no string, no thread. The rush is its own wick. The whole soft pith is the thing that burns, and the fat it swallowed is the thing that feeds it. Dip and lift, and lay it aside to cool and stiffen, and dip the next.
When you are done, you have a small hoard of gray, waxy, faintly greasy little rods, each one an evening's worth of a few minutes' flame, and all of them together the difference between a winter spent staring into the fire and a winter with a small light you can carry to your hands.
One of those little rods is burning now, and it will not burn long. That is the truth of rushlight that no one warns you about until you live by it. A modest rush, a hand's length or so, gives you perhaps 10 minutes, maybe 15 if it was dipped well and the fat was good. A long one, a really long peeled rush, might last the better part of an hour, but a house like this does not often have long rushes to spare, so the light comes in small measures.
You get it clamped at a slant in its iron holder, a plain metal pinch that grips the rush near one end and holds it up at an angle, and you get the length of a short conversation out of it, and then it gutters low, and someone leans in without a word and touches a fresh rush to the dying flame and sets it in the pinch, and the light goes on. That is how the evening is lit.
Not by one steady lamp, but by a small flame renewed again and again, a little rhythm of leaning in and lighting another, until the talk runs out or the eyes grow heavy and no one reaches for the neck.
Notice how the rush is held, because it matters, and because it is one of those small pieces of knowing that a whole household carries without ever saying aloud. It sits in the iron pinch at a slant, near enough to a 45-degree lean, not straight up. Set a rush upright, and it sulks.
the flame small and starved and feeble, the fat too slow to climb, and not laid flat either, because flat it flares and races and eats itself and is gone in half the time you paid for it.
The slant is the middle way, the angle that lets the flame draw just enough fat to stay clear and steady without burning through the rush in a rush. Whoever tends the light knows this in their hands and adjusts without thinking, nudging the pinch, feeding the flame a new rush at the right lean.
It is a tiny craft, the sort no one is taught and everyone knows, and it is the reason a peeled marsh rush and a spoonful of bacon fat can, between them, hold back the whole northern dark for the length of one small circle of firelit faces.
This is the poorest rung of a whole ladder of light, and it is worth knowing where you stand on it. At the very bottom is no made light at all, only the fire itself, the hearth doing the work of lamp and stove and company all together. And for most of the evening, in most of these houses, the fire is enough. Above the bare hearth comes the rushlight, the made-at-home flame, the marsh and the bacon fat between them.
A step up from that is the tallow candle, animal fat shaped round a real wick, smoky and strong, smelling but steadier and brighter than a rush, and a household with a little to spare might keep a few. And far above all of it, out of reach entirely, is the clean, sweet burning beeswax candle, the light of the church and the great hall, a thing this cottage will never light for an ordinary evening. You do not miss what you have never had.
You have the fire and the rush and the fat you rendered yourself, and by that light you can see a face and thread a needle, and that, for the dark half of the year, is light enough.
Now turn from the light to the food, because the two were gathered by the same hands in the same warm months, and put by against the same long dark. If you could see clearly into the roof space, and the chest and the pit behind the house, you would be looking at the whole plan for surviving the winter, laid out in salted meat and hard cheese and dried peas and sacks of grain. None of it is much. All of it is careful. The year runs on a simple, unspoken sum.
What comes in during the months of plenty must be stretched, thin and clever, across the months of nothing, and every household in the village is working the same sum in its own roof. A pig killed at the right time, salted down against the cold. A wheel of cheese made in the flush of summer milk, when the cow gave more than the house could drink. A store of dried peas and beans, the protein of the poor, that will thicken the pot right through to spring. It is not a feast, it is a plan.
And tonight, you are sitting inside a plan that was made months ago, in the light, for exactly this dark.
The bacon over your head is the pig kept. A pig is the great winter insurance of a poor house, because a pig turns scraps and acorns and the leavings of the year into meat, and meat, once it is salted, will keep. When the cold came on, and the beast was killed, almost none of it was wasted. What could be eaten fresh was eaten fresh, in a rare few days of plenty.
The rest was rubbed hard with salt, precious salt, and hung up in the smoke to cure and to keep, and there it hangs now, a dark slab against the dark roof, coming down a sliver at a time. A scrap of that bacon, no bigger than a thumb, is what gives a whole pot of thin pottage its savor on a good night. It is not eaten like meat. It is spent like coin, a little at a time, to make the plain peas and barley taste of something.
And when you look up at it hanging there, you are looking at the difference between a winter that tastes of nothing and a winter that now and then tastes of the pig you kept.
And that same pig gave the fat that lit the room. This is the quiet economy at its neatest, the way one animal answers two needs at once. The meat cures in the roof to feed you through the cold. The fat, rendered down, greases the rushes that light you through the dark. Nothing about the beast is spent on one thing only. Even the small, hard scraps of fat that would do nothing on the plate become, in the dipping pot, the very thing that holds a flame.
So when the rushlight gutters, and someone leans in to light another, that flame is, in the plainest way, the pig burning. The house and the animal are bound together tighter than you might think. You keep the pig through the year, and in the dark half the pig keeps you, in your bowl and in your light both. Its meat measured out in slivers, and its fat measured out in minutes of small, clean flame. There is no waste in it, and no sentiment either.
Only the long habit of a people who cannot afford to let anything be only one thing.
Beside the bacon, wrapped in cloth in the chest, or set on a cool shelf, is the cheese, and the cheese is the summer, kept. When the grass was green, and the cow or the few ewes gave milk more freely than the house could drink, the extra was not let go to waste. It was turned patiently into something that would last.
Milk soured and set and pressed and salted becomes a hard-keeping cheese, dense and plain, a thing you can cut a wedge from in the deep of winter and taste, faintly, the long green days that made it. That is the trick of the whole larder, really. It is a way of eating summer in the middle of winter. The grass the cow ate in June is in the cheese you eat in January. The peas that swelled in the warm garden are in the pot in the cold.
Every keeping food is a season folded up small and set aside. And the roof space of this cottage is really a store of gone-by months, hung and salted and dried, waiting to be spent.
Then there are the roots, put away where the frost cannot find them, the plain, heavy foods that carry a house through when nothing is growing. Turnips and parsnips, onions and garlic, whatever the croft gave up before the cold shut the garden down, gathered and stored dry and dark in the loft, in a pit, packed in straw against the freeze. There is no tomato here, no potato, no bright new world thing, and there will not be for 3 centuries yet, an ocean and a lifetime away.
What there is instead is old and northern and reliable. A turnip does not excite anyone, but a turnip keeps, and a keeping food in December is worth more than a fine one in July. So the stores are dull on purpose, chosen not for their pleasure, but for their patience, for how long they will sit in the dark without spoiling.
The garden gave what it could while it could, and the house put it by, and now, night by night, it comes back out of the store and into the pot, a plain root at a time, holding the line until the ground warms and the growing starts again.
And in a crock or a sack in the corner are the dried peas and beans, and these are quietly the most important thing in the whole store. Meat is rare, a scrap of bacon here and there. But the peas and the broad beans are the everyday protein of the poor, the thing that stands in for meat night after night when there is no meat at all.
Picked in the pods of summer and left to dry hard, they will keep almost forever if the damp is kept off them, a whole sack of dull green and brown that asks for nothing but a dry corner. Into the pot they go, a handful at a time to soften slowly at the edge of the fire and thicken the pottage, and fill the belly and hold the body through the cold. There is a reason they were grown in every strip and croft in the village. A field of peas is a field of winters survived.
Dull, plain, patient food. But it is the food that pre-plague England actually ran on. The quiet backbone under all the rest, drying now in the corner against the months when nothing green will grow.
There is grain too, of course. The barley and the oats and the maslin wheat and rye, and that is the largest store of all. though most of it is not kept in this room. Some is here, a sack or two for the near weeks, and the rest is out in the barn or already gone as bread. But the handful that matters tonight is the barley or the oats that thickens the pot, the grain that turns a thin broth of roots and peas into something that sits in you and warms you through.
It is coarse and dark, this grain, nothing like the fine white flour of the well-off. It is the plain bread and the plain porridge of people who work the fields and eat what those fields most reliably give. And even this plain grain carries a small toll paid to the Lord, ground at his mill, a portion kept back for the grinding. But that is a daytime worry, a thing of mills and tolls and the wide world. Here, after dark, the grain is only what it is, a store of warmth in a sack, waiting its turn in the pot. Take a slow look around the whole room then in the last of the rushlight, and see it for what it is. It is not just a place to sit out the dark. It is a store, a granary, a larder and a lamp cupboard all folded into one small smoky space. Above you, the bacon and the herbs and the onions hang curing in the smoke. In the chest, the cheese and the grain. In the corner, the roots in their straw and the peas in their crock.
On the shelf, the loose bundle of dipped rushes, the light for the months ahead. Nothing in here is idle. Every hanging, stored, salted, dried thing is a small bet against the cold, placed months ago in the warmth, and being collected now, slowly, night by night. A house like this does not have much, but what it has arranged with a long, quiet cleverness, so that the plenty of one season becomes the survival of the next. You are not sitting in an empty room.
You are sitting in the middle of a year's careful work, and most of it is over your head. Keeping. All of this keeping has a shape to it across the year, a rhythm the whole village moves to without needing to be told. There is a season for gathering and a season for spending, and everyone knows which is which by the length of the light. The bright months are the filling months. That is when the rushes are cut and peeled, when the pig is fattened, when the cheese is turned, when the peas dry in the pod, and the roots are lifted, and the grain comes in. Backs bend, and the stores rise.
Then the light shortens, and the cold comes down, and the work turns from filling to spending. Now the stores do not grow. They only shrink, carefully, a sliver and a handful at a time, and the whole art of the dark half of the year is to make them shrink slowly enough.
It is a long, patient countdown from the harvest to the spring, measured out in bacon and rushlight, and the house lives, it by feel, taking a little, saving a little, never quite letting the store or the light run out before the days grow long again.
And a woman like Cecilia Pennefatter, whose name survives in the court rolls of a village not so far from this one, would have kept exactly this kind of store in exactly this kind of room. We know almost nothing of her evenings. The rolls give us her name and the dry legal facts of her land, and nothing at all of what she thought or felt by her own fire.
But we know she was real. An ordinary woman who held her own land in the years before the great mortality. And we know the world she lived in, because it is this one. The same hanging bacon, the same crock of drying peas, the same small dipped rushes counted out against the dark. She would have known the slant to hold a rushlight at, and the trick of the one strip of rind, and the plain sum of a winter's store in her hands, without a word, the way this whole household knows it.
Her name is nearly all that comes down to us. But the room around the name is this room, and the quiet keeping that fills it is hers as much as anyone's.
The rushlight on the table is very low now.
It is burned down almost to the pinch, a small guttering thing, throwing a last unsteady wash of light across the wooden bowls and the loose rushes and the grain of the table. And this time, no one leans in to light another. That is how you know the evening is over. Not by any word, not by any bell that reaches this village, but by the simple fact that the hand does not reach for the next rush.
The store of light is precious, and there is no sense burning it when the eyes are closing, and the talk has thinned to nothing, and the pot is banked, and the day's work is done. Let the last one go out on its own. It shrinks and gutters, and the little flame draws down into the greasy stub and gives one last small flare, and then it is gone, and the table falls into the dark, and the only light left in the whole room is the deep red glow of the fire, waiting to be settled for the night.
So the whole evening comes down in the end to the fire, the way it always does. The rushlight was only ever borrowed from it, a small flame carried a little way off to light the hands. The real light of the house was always the hearth, and now the hearth is all that is left. It is burned low through the evening, sinking from bright flame to a bed of glowing embers, a heap of deep red coals under a soft gray skin of ash, still throwing a steady, patient warmth into the room.
And this fire is the last of the stores, in its own way, the most important keeping of all. Not a store of food or of light exactly, but a store of fire itself, of heat and of mourning, that must be looked after now so that it lasts the night. Everything else has been put away. The rushes are spent. The pot is cold at the edge. The bacon hangs quiet above. Only the fire is still awake, and the last task of the day, the truest and the oldest, is to see it safely through to dawn.
There is a name for what happens next, and it is older than you might guess, and quieter.
To settle the fire for the night is to cover it. You take whatever is at hand, the fire rake or a stick or the edge of a board, and you draw the scattered embers together into a single low heap in the middle of the hearth, gathering all the loose red coals into one close, banked mound.
And then you cover that mound over with ash, drawing the soft gray ash up and over the glowing heap until the red is hidden and the fire is buried and only the faintest warmth shows through. Buried like that, starved of air, the fire cannot flare or spread or die. It can only smolder, very slowly, deep inside its own ash, a red heart sealed in gray, giving off no flame and almost no light, but keeping, holding its heat through all the dark hours until morning.
It is the last thing done in the house each night, and it is done by feel, half in sleep, the same slow motions every evening of every winter of a whole life.
To cover the fire. In the old French of the lords and the towns, that was Curfew, cover fire, and it is from those two small words worn smooth by centuries of use that our own word curfew comes down to us. In the towns, a bell rang it out across the roofs at the day's end, a signal to every house to bank its hearth and put out its lights against the danger of fire in the dark. Out here in the fields, no bell reaches, and none is needed.
The act itself is the curfew, this small, quiet covering of the coals, done in every cottage up and down the village street, at much the same dark hour, without a signal, out of the same old sense that the day is over, and the fire must be put to bed. It is a strange thing to think that the word we use now for locked doors and empty streets began as this, the gentlest gesture in the house, a handful of ash drawn over the embers, so that a little fire might live quietly through the night.
And there is a plain, practical reason the fire is kept, and not simply let die. A reason that would matter to anyone who has ever tried to make fire from cold. Starting a fire from nothing, from flint and steel and a scrap of tinder, is slow and cold and uncertain work, especially with numb fingers in the black chill before a winter dawn.
A fire kept alive under its ash asks none of that.
In the morning, you rake back the gray. And there, if you banked it well, is the red heart still glowing, still warm, ready to be fed a few dry twigs and coaxed and breathed back up into flame in a matter of minutes. The banked fire is a gift the evening leaves for the morning, a small living coal carried through the dark, so that the day can begin in warmth instead of in cold striking of stones. So the covering of the fire is not only an ending,
it is a keeping, the last of all the keepings, saving a little of tonight's fire to light tomorrow's.
The house is quiet now, and settling the way a house does when the last task is done. The family has gone to the bedding, straw and a wool blanket shared close for the warmth, near enough to the banked hearth to feel what heat still seeps through the ash. The shutters are drawn against the cold. The rushlights are put away, a small bundle of them still on the shelf for the nights to come.
The pot sits cold at the fire's edge, and the stores hang dim and quiet above, the bacon and the herbs and the onions keeping in the dark. There is nothing left to do. Everything that needed gathering has been gathered. Everything that needed putting by has been put by. And everything that needed covering has been covered.
The long, careful year has brought the house safely to this one still hour, with food in the roof and light on the shelf, and a warm red heart of fire sealed under gray ash, and the whole room slowly, quietly, going dark.
Let your eyes rest, now, on the last of the light, which is not a flame at all anymore, only a warmth. Under its soft gray blanket of ash, the fire has gone from a thing you can see to a thing you can only feel, a low steady heat breathing out into the dark room, so faint and so even that it seems less like a fire than like the slow, warm breath of the house itself. It does not flicker. It does not leap or fade.
It just holds, deep and red and hidden, sealed away from the air, giving out its warmth in the smallest, most patient measure, exactly enough and no more. The room around it has gone entirely dark. The shapes of the stored year above have dissolved into shadow. There is no edge to anything now, no table, no wall, no bacon on the beam, only the dark, and somewhere near its heart the buried fire, glowing to itself where no one is looking, keeping its small red warmth close and safe under the ash. And there the house rests, and there we will leave it, with the fire banked and the year put by and the long dark hours ahead. No one need wake to tend it. The ash will hold the heat, the way it has held it every winter night for longer than anyone can remember. And the red heart of the fire will glow to itself, low and unhurried, all through the deep of the night. Nothing more is asked of anyone. The rushes are dipped and waiting on the shelf.
The bacon and the cheese and the peas are keeping in the dark above. The shutters are shut, the family is warm, and the small buried fire will smolder on and on beneath its gray blanket, giving nothing but warmth, needing nothing but quiet, until the black of the window softens at last toward gray, and someone stirs and rakes it gently back to flame.
Until then there is only the hush and the dark, and the red heart under the ash, keeping its warmth, keeping its watch over nothing at all, glowing softly on till morning.
You've reached the end of tonight's archive. If you're still awake, thank you for staying. And if you drifted off somewhere in the dark, then it did its work. Rest now. The next chapter will be here when you are. Sleep well. This has been Archive Whispers.